with everybody in your life. But if you are sharing a meal, especially if you're sharing breakfast, lunch, and dinner with a group of people, that means something. It's like a camping trip.
This is Artemis Mission Control, just a little inside look at some of the food flying aboard the Orion spacecraft with the crew. Today for lunch, the crew has a variety of options. Some of the things they'll be enjoying include beef stew, smoked turkey, chicken with peanut sauce, roasted turkey. They have cheese tortellini, butternut squash, cauliflower and cheese, and of course a fruit salad in there too. The motion you see of Orion on your screen is due to the exercise from NASA astronaut and Artemis 2 Commander Reed Wiseman. He continues to use the flywheel device inside the spacecraft. Again, we have each of the astronauts timelined to exercise for 30 minutes each day. Elsewhere in the cabin, Christina is working with the ECG device. As we discussed, the crew are performing checkouts of some of their medical equipment today. This is the electrocardiogram device checkout. This is, of course, with the crew being the first humans to fly aboard Orion, the first opportunity that all systems and teams have to check out their devices and hardware with humans on the spacecraft. Everything we do on this mission informs our plans for future missions around the moon. This is Artemis Mission Control. Again, the movement you see on your screen is due to Commander Reed Wiseman exercising inside the Orion spacecraft. That's a view from a solar array wing camera looking at the European service module, that large thruster in the middle, the OMS engine, the orbital maneuvering services engine. We were expecting to have an outbound trajectory correction burn today at 5:49 p.m. Central Time. However, that burn was deemed unnecessary due to our precise trajectory thanks to the translunar injection burn. Earlier this morning, during the daily planning conference, Wiseman called down his thanks to the FIDOs, the flight dynamics officers, for their excellence in that burn. Once he's complete with exercise, Wiseman is also timelined to work on his National Geographic filming. Again, we selected National Geographic through a competitive selection process to help us document and tell the story of the Artemis II mission. The crew members have time throughout the day scheduled to help capture those items, and a shot list provided by National Geographic with everything from exercise to family life, bedtime preparations, what it's like to live in space. They'll also explore the medical kit, which we've discussed today, and take plenty of photos, including just some memories of their time aboard Orion. This is a live view of the Orion spacecraft, and we were seeing some motion due to Commander Reed Wiseman exercising on the spacecraft. We have seen that cease for the time being, so we may be anticipating a call that that is completed. Here in Mission Control Houston, the Orbit 1 team is on console monitoring all systems aboard Orion. It's been a relatively quiet day here in Mission Control Houston due to the cancellation of that outbound trajectory 1 burn. Just decidedly not needed due to our already precise trajectory thanks to the translunar injection burn. That call from NASA astronaut and mission specialist for the Artemis 2 mission, Christina Cook. She is conducting a checkout of the ECG device. That is an electrocardiogram device that is aboard Orion that requires her to use an app on the medical tablet. She's running through some troubleshooting with teams here on the ground, but this does call for the crew to take an ECG reading as they test out all of the systems and the tools that they have on this flight. As we continue to monitor the Artemis 2 mission, now mission elapsed time of 1 day, 23 hours, 8 minutes. The Orion spacecraft is now 116,700 miles away from Earth. This mission is built by people and companies in all 50 states and with international partners. So with Artemis 2 flying, this is a testament to everyone's hard work and dedication. Let's learn a little bit more about them.
What we're doing here is a collaborative effort of hundreds of thousands of people.
This is about the parts, the hardware, the software, the services, all coming together to make that mission possible.
My dream for this space program is that we would not just push the boundaries, but that we push them together.
And liftoff of Artemis 1. We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
It takes a team to do great things. And Artemis has an incredible team.
We have international partners. We have commercial partners and industry partners.
It takes unity to accomplish great things. And that's what this mission is all about.
We're not sending our money to the moon and lighting on fire. We're putting that money right back into the economy in ways that benefit everybody. So every dollar that comes out of the Treasury that goes to support this mission goes back to the Treasury 3 times. What's very important to me is that we do it the right way. And we do it with our values, that our industries grow, that our communities grow, that our families are healthy and safe and have amazing things to work on. And we're going to build machines to go even further onto Mars.
That is our generation, the Artemis generation, that defines the starting point of our exploration future.
I just want to say thank you to all of the hands that have touched a part of this program and the hearts that have moved everyone to this goal, because we're going to the moon and we're going beyond.
One team.
One team, one dream.
to exercise right until midday meal.
My apologies, Victor. We're checking. And Tyree, Victor, you can go exercise all the way up to midday meal.
Get started. Thank you.
No problem.
This is Mission Control Houston, specifically the Artemis Flight Control Room. NASA astronaut and pilot of the Artemis 2 mission, Victor Glover, calling down to report he is hoping to get started soon on his scheduled exercise for the day. And since it's a little late, he's hoping to continue that until the midday meal. Now, we were expecting the outbound trajectory correction burn during that time. However, that burn has been canceled as we did not need it. We are on a perfect trajectory toward the moon.
Houston, integrity on 1 for HHV.
We're with you.
Hey, Chris, Victor's about to start exercise, but he's encouraging video download, so if you want to come on the HHV, I'll start the stream.
Thanks, Reed. We would absolutely love that, and thanks, Victor, for his willingness to let that happen. Reed, I do have an additional comment for you and the rest of the crew about a possible opportunistic photography and science opportunity over your midday meal. There's a period where we're going to have Earth viewing followed by moon viewing. You can reference the Orion attitude being an Optimus, kind of right in the center of your midday meal. And if you'd like to do any photography, we're recommending deploying and using the camera shroud over window 2 to reduce glare.
Okay, we love those little opportunities. Thanks for sharing them. Keep them coming.
Commander Reed Wise, I'm calling down to the ground. That is Capcom Chris Birch in the center of your screen, responding to him. Capcom stands for Capsule Communicator, the one person communicating with the crew. Wiseman reporting that they expect to be able to turn on the camera inside the cabin soon. So we look forward to gaining those views of the crew. And Birch sharing.
Integrity for ECG.
Go ahead, Christina. How's the troubleshooting going?
Hey, Chris. We are connected and charging on the little tablet. However, no joy getting a signal on myself nor Jeremy. Two things I can think of to try. One would be to let it continue to charge. It just reached 20%. I checked, and it does not seem to be in any battery saver mode. In fact, it says battery saver unavailable. I also checked the Bluetooth devices. The ECG is showing up as a device. However, it is giving me the option to connect in the Bluetooth area, and nothing happens when I do it. It does seem to be finding the device when I'm in the app. So the other thought I could try would be to forget and reconnect the device.
Christina, that is an excellent idea. Good troubleshooting so far. Yes, we definitely want you to try the forget the device and then try and reconnect. And then another piece of data that might be useful for us is whether you see a battery symbol at the top of the medical tablet, right-hand corner.
You mean within the app or just in the screens of the tablet?
Good clarification, within the app.
Okay, within the app, when the screen instructed to touch the electrodes to start is up, I do have a battery icon in the upper right. However, it is gray with a question mark inside.
Okay, Christina, thanks. Yeah, that just gives us that confirmation that it's not connected to the ECG. Let's go ahead and continue with that Bluetooth troubleshooting steps for getting and reconnecting.
You're getting a live view inside the Orion spacecraft during some general daily activities that the crew is conducting. You heard communications with Christina Hansen. Christina calling down to Chris Birch here, our Capcom in Mission Control Houston. She continues to troubleshoot the ECG device that they are testing out. In the foreground, in the blue shirt, Commander Reed Wiseman, and next to him in the black shirt, Canadian Space Agency astronaut and mission specialist Jeremy Hansen. In the background, you're getting a look at NASA astronaut Victor Glover, pilot for the Artemis 2 mission, preparing to exercise. And what he is using is the flywheel device. We've discussed this a few times. This is
Houston, integrity for ECG. No joy seeing the device in the list of available devices when I attempt to repair it after doing the Bluetooth forget.
Okay, Christina, unfortunately, we are out of ideas at the moment. We're going to do some more thinking. We really appreciate all of your troubleshooting steps and actions you've taken. Great data for us, but we'll move on from this activity for the day. Thank you.
Copy all. I will keep the medical tablet charging and restow everything. Thanks for the help.
Copy all.
Again, those calls from Christina down to the ground as she troubleshoots that ECG device, the BME, or biomedical engineer, here at Mission Control Houston, working with their teams to continue developing procedures to help the crew troubleshoot. Back inside Orion, Victor Glover is in his timelined exercise for the day. On the flywheel device, this is a small device installed directly below the side hatch, so if you look above where his feet are, that is the side hatch of Orion. The flywheel is a cable-based device, so you can use it for either aerobic exercises like rowing or resistance workouts like squats and deadlifts, and today Glover is timelined to do resistive workouts. It can max out at 400 pounds of resistance. This view really gives a great look inside Orion and at the size and space available. Again, you're looking at 330 cubic feet habitable volume, so about the size of 2 minivans inside. The crew obviously did not launch in Orion in this configuration. They have since been able to stow quite a lot of the hardware that was used during the launch portion. That gives them more space to move about the cabin. As pilot Victor Glover continues exercising using the flywheel device, this is something that we learned early on during our spaceflight history would be critical for astronauts living and working in space for longer periods of time. On the International Space Station, astronauts are timelined to work out for approximately 2 hours a day to help maintain their bone and muscle health. On Orion, they're timelined to exercise for 30 minutes a day. Not only does this exercise help benefit the crew members and keep them strong, but it also helps inform how we treat things like osteoporosis on Earth. This is Artemis Mission Control, the spacecraft traveling 3,400 miles per hour, now over 118,000 miles away from Earth and 148,000 miles away from the Moon. You can track those stats for yourself anytime at nasa.gov/trackartemis. We also got some beautiful images from the crew this morning. Their first look back at Earth after the translunar injection burn. You can also see those images as well as the ones we intend to release as they come down on NASA's social media accounts at NASA and at NASA Artemis. In this live view from inside the Orion capsule, you can see Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen there in the black t-shirt. Looks like he is unpacking some of the crew's meals ahead of their midday meal coming up. We talked through some of their lunch options for today: beef stew, roasted turkey, cauliflower and cheese, cherry blueberry cobbler, butternut squash, roasted turkey again, cheese tortellini, vanilla pudding, and the most appetizing, chocolate pudding cake. And if you're a sauce fan like me, you'll like to know there is maple syrup, chocolate spread, peanut butter, hot sauce, spicy mustard, strawberry jam, honey, cinnamon, and almond butter, all flying around the moon as well. If you look closely at Canadian space astronaut Jeremy Hansen, it appears that he is wearing 2 watches, but one of those is Archer. Artemis 2 astronauts wear wristband devices that continuously monitor their movement and their sleep throughout the mission. This data is going to be used for real-time health monitoring and safety assessments. And what they've completed pre-flight and will complete in post-flight evaluations help us get deeper insights into their cognition and behavior, their teamwork, of course, and their sleep quality in the deep space environment and inside Orion. Archer stands for Artemis Research for Crew Health and Readiness. And everything we learned from this test flight helps us prepare for future mission planning and crew support systems.
Use and integrity exercise complete. Thank you.
Thanks, Integrity. We copy.
As you heard the call from pilot Victor Glover, he has completed exercise and was very kind enough to give us a view inside the cabin while he was exercising. We previously have seen the views from outside the cabin while the crew is exercising and how that imparts movement on the spacecraft. Now the crew is getting into their midday meal. Again, we were expecting to have a burn in 10 minutes, so if you are tuned in and looking for the outbound trajectory correction burn, that has been canceled for today. It was deemed unnecessary because our targeting was so accurate for the translunar injection burn. Again, that translunar injection burn came last night at 6:49 p.m. Central Time, 5 minutes and 50 seconds, using the Orbital Maneuvering Systems engine on the Orion spacecraft. And when you hear the crew call down and discuss their PCDs, that portable computing device, it's exactly what you see Hansen and Glover using right now, those tablets that allow them to track what they've been up to in the spacecraft, monitor their timelines, and communicate through email.
Houston Integrity AGA readings when ready.
All right, we'll take them.
CO2 1.0. O2 20.1. Temperature 75.7. Cabin pressure 14.2 psi.
Copy all, and we believe we copied CO2 1.0. Just want to confirm.
1.0. 1.0, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. And a question, do you guys always want these called down, or is a crew note enough?
And our preference is call down. Just helps us keep in sync with you guys real time.
Copy.
With the completion of this block of exercise for today, Glover calling down readings from the AGA, the Anomaly Gas Analyzer. Those readings are requested before and after exercise, so they leave the device on throughout the time period that they are using that flywheel device. This helps teams on the ground monitor what the levels in the cabin are for the various molecules that Glover called out, and those are reported in parts per million. And we have just passed 2 days mission elapsed time. 2 days since the launch of Orion atop the Space Launch System spacecraft from Kennedy Space Center in Florida, a very smooth ride uphill. We are now 3 days and 19 minutes away from the opening of our lunar flyby, targeted for flight day 6, when the crew will fly around the moon, the first time in over 50 years for humans to do so. This is Artemis Mission Control, 2 days and 14 minutes mission elapsed time for the first flight of humans aboard Orion. And I am joined here by Paul Boehm, Orion Crew Support and Thermal Systems Manager. Thank you for joining us, Paul.
Oh, thank you very much for having me, Leah. Appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, tell us a little bit about your role. You just came from the Orion Mission Evaluation Room, is that right?
Yeah, actually, I just did. I was just checking our systems to see how things were going, and I am really pleased. So my role is I manage the hardware related to crew and all the crew systems on the vehicle, the ECLA system, the thermal systems, the suits, the flight crew equipment that are on the vehicle, and so been doing that for almost 14 years now.
Wow, that's impressive. And when we're talking about the ECLA system, that stands for Environmental Control and Life Support System. So what all makes up ECLIS?
ECLIS, yes. The biggest thing everybody thinks about for ECLIS is the life support system, the pressurization system, the air revitalization system that we have, and then the other parts of it that are also part of it is the thermal aspect of it, where we're cooling the air to be able to keep the crew temperature down exactly where they want it to be comfortable in the cabin, and so that is also part of our system as well.
Yeah, we heard them make some calls a couple days ago about being a little chilly, and your team is the one that works on making sure they're comfortable?
Yes, we've been working that the last couple of days, trying some adjustments. It's one of the things I will stress with the new vehicle. We are learning every single day that we're flying this vehicle right now, especially with the crew in it. We flew Artemis 1. We learned some things about the systems there, but now we have the crew involved, which adds a whole new dynamic to the vehicle, and that is what is really what we're looking at today, and learning how to interact with the crew and adjust things as we need to make the crew comfortable.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And you also work with the food systems a little bit as well. So they're actually getting ready for a midday meal. We've been fortunate enough to have in-cabin views for some of today, and we saw them getting out some of their food. So can you tell us about the food warmer?
Yeah, the food system is, the crew is, a lot of the food that we use is very similar to what they fly on ISS. It's the rehydratable food, and what we use on Orion, we have what we call a food warmer. It's about a little suitcase-sized device, and our biggest challenge is mass and volume on Orion going to the moon. And so we had to reduce the size of a galley. We would love to fly a galley, but we just can't because of the mass and volume challenge. So we have a suitcase that basically the crew inserts their food into the suitcase. It's a warming plate and heats it up to about 155 degrees.
Oh my goodness, that's much warmer than I expected you to say. That's really impressive.
It's what they use for doing the hot drinks, warming up the food that needs to be warmed up so that it tastes better when it's warmer. So they can put about 12 packages in there to be able to heat up those and be able to have some hot food during the flight.
I'm impressed. I used to be a taste tester here, and so I always enjoyed trying the food. I found it to be really good, and so
it is amazing what they can do.
Yes, it really is. So tell us more about the ECLIS system and how it's performed so far now, 3 days in.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I am extremely excited how it's performing right now, because it is actually better than our predictions, which is really great. The carbon dioxide removal system that we are flying for the first time on a human spacecraft, relying on it, this particular system has been outperforming what we thought it was going to do. It's been awesome. So really low levels, and the crew's so far been pretty complimentary of it.
That's incredible news. So you were talking a little bit about, the temperature and how this is the first flight with crew, and so everything you're doing is learning. So what is your team hoping to learn on this mission?
So the biggest thing we're doing, number one right now, as I mentioned earlier, was because it is a flight test and it's the first time we're doing it, we're learning how to tweak things, we have heaters and we have the systems like the CO2 system I mentioned earlier. We're learning how to balance all those things as we work with the crew, because each crew member is different metabolically. We have different met rates that the crews have as they're doing different exercises, like you saw them exercising earlier today. Versus when you're doing a meal, you're pretty calm, and therefore you have a very low metabolic rate. So those variables really change how we interact with the crew, with our system. And so that's really what we're learning today, is how our system interacts with the human.
Integrity. We need a few minutes. We'll call you when it's a good time.
Copy, sounds good. We'll wait for your call.
That call from the crew about performing a wastewater dump, we actually had great views earlier from inside the cabin while they did so. It was fascinating. Talking about, preparing for the future, but we've also had similar hardware on the space station for the past 25 years. So what are some differences in the hardware that we have now on Orion and versus what, we have on the International Space Station?
Yeah, our biggest difference between Orion, because we are a deep space vehicle, you have that very long return, and there's no coming back until when you do that translunar injection burn that we did yesterday. And so it's going to be many days before we can actually get back. So when we designed Orion, we really looked at the ecosystem to try to figure out how can we make it simpler. And then some of the systems that we have, as I mentioned, the CO2 removal system that we have, we needed a regenerable system such that you weren't flying consumables that you had to use up every day and replace. That's a lot of things. I think I calculated one time it's about 143 basketballs worth of lithium hydroxide canisters we would need to do a 21-day mission with Orion versus our current system, which takes about 16 volume, about 16 basketballs to be able to go do that. And so it's a regenerable system. It essentially removes the carbon dioxide from the cabin air, dumps it overboard, and those items are recyclable every time you expose them to vacuum. They regenerate, and now you can expose it back to the cabin air again and remove more CO2. So it's those regenerable type systems. We flew some test examples of this on ISS to see how that went, but this is the first time we're actually flying with this type of system on a human spacecraft and completely relying on it.
Wow, amazing. And we've also heard some calls about the anomaly gas analyzer and taking those readings and the calls down from the crew about what they have gas-wise in the cabin. So how does your team take that data and interpret it?
So the biggest thing we have is certain limits on CO2 levels that we try to maintain without getting too specific, but I will. It's 4 millimeters of mercury is the level that we rely on. And basically we use those AGA measurements to basically bounce against that level that we're at. And so I believe, if I remember correctly, it's about 0.4 millimeters here on the ground that we're normally breathing. And so we try to stay as low as possible with carbon dioxide in the cabin. So, and the readings that we're seeing right now are actually kind of phenomenal for a human spacecraft. So it's great.
Wow, that is great. Well, congratulations to you and your team on a great mission so far, and we will be keeping an eye on everything as we move forward. But Paul, thank you again for joining us here.
Oh, thank you very much for having me. It's been a great flight so far.
Houston Integrity, you are go for Blizzard.
Copy, go for Blizzard. Christino, while I've got you and the crew, I have some information regarding a replan for the afternoon. Shouldn't require too much back and forth, but let me know. First is, we don't have any other vehicle statuses from what we've already told you. So unless you guys have questions for us, we were going to go ahead and cancel the Flight Director Crew Conference that's in 10 minutes. We also are going to do a little bit of a replan with you guys managing the afternoon post-midday meal, basically after the PAO event. We'd like to give you a bit more time for exercise and sliding back that S-band SAT mode DFTO a little bit. And then exercise after that. This means that you'll have to manage some of that pre-lunar flyby cabin config and other activities just amongst yourselves. But this should allow us to get in all exercise and have enough time post-PAO event for that S-band SAT mode DFTO. The DSN EMERCOM DFTO needs to stay where it is because there's some vehicle maneuvers that have to happen with that.
Hey, Chris, let me just make sure. Are you saying we can defer the S-band sat mode DFTO, but do the DSN emercom on time? And Chris, if it helps you, Victor and I have both exercised, so he is more than happy to do the S-band sat mode DFTO on time.
Thanks, Reed. Just talking down here with the team to make sure I got the right words to give you. We'd like that S-band sat mode DFTO to slide 30 minutes to the right for some ground config. But then the emercom DFTO will stay where it is.
Okay, that sounds good. Ike will be ready 30 late for S-band sat mode, but if you could also please give us a heads up when your commanding is done and you're ready for that activity, that would help us out.
Absolutely, Wilco. The other thing we want to remind you is that in your midday meal, we have about a 1 hour forward DSN LOS, but for most of that, we've got return. And kind of in the middle of your midday meal period, you'll notice there's, like I mentioned, this good Earth and Moon viewing positions. It's also roughly when you're going to pass close to the halfway point between the Earth and the Moon, and you can reference your altitude on the PFD for that midway point.
Yeah, crazy that we're seeing 105,205 miles, and it's still going up pretty quick. Thanks for all that, Chris.
Great. Thank you guys so much. Enjoy your lunch.
Those calls from Capcom, capsule communicator Chris Birch, also a NASA astronaut here in Mission Control Houston, up to the crew aboard Orion, named Integrity. This view of Artemis Mission Control, the Orbit 1 team still on console. The crew was enjoying their midday meal. We do not have fresh foods flying on Artemis 2. Orion does not have refrigeration or a late load capability prior to launch that we need for fresh foods. So we have shelf-stable foods aboard Orion and rehydratable foods that the crew is used to, having flown on the International Space Station. As we saw in the earlier video, the Artemis 2 crew had direct input into the food that they have available during the flight. They were able to sample and rate all of the foods on the menu, and their preferences were balanced with the nutritional requirements needed and what Orion can accommodate. Back with those live views of the Artemis 2 crew. We just spoke with Paul Boehm, Orion Crew Support and Thermal Systems Manager, telling us a little bit more about the food warmer on Orion. So if the crew needed to heat up any of the foods that they are eating today, they were able to do so with a approximately briefcase-sized food warmer to heat the meals as needed.
Integrity Houston, sorry to interrupt your lunch, but we have a commanding request prior to CPR demo during the forward LOS. Let me know when you're ready.
Go ahead, Chris.
All right, because you'll be starting the CPR demo activity while we're in that LOS, we would like you to first confirm we are in coast to default 4100, and then please put all 4 saws into Safe Harbor A, then start the CPR demo. I'll copy.
Okay, Chris, before starting CPR demo, we will verify coast default 4100, and we will command all 4 saws to Safe Harbor A.
Good read back. Thanks so much. Integrity courtesy call, not knowing your preference. We did have video of Victor, which we have stopped going out on our PAO stream.
We appreciate that, Chris. We were definitely good with it going out, but we also understand if you want to restrict, no problem either way.
Okay.
Copy all. I will update our now growing crew preferences sheet. Thank you.
Back with views aboard Orion as the crew continues their midday meal. NASA astronaut Victor Glover having completed his exercise. Cleaning up in space. Obviously, we do not have showers aboard the Orion spacecraft. This is Artemis Mission Control here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. Getting a live look inside the Orion spacecraft. They are still...
Integrity toilet will be available throughout the LOS.
The crew is timelined in their midday meal right now. Obviously, they have mostly finished eating, but the ground teams also let them know they should have some great views of the moon and the Earth outside of their windows, should they choose to take pictures at this time. As we saw earlier, there are also timelined wastewater dumps from Orion, and during that time, the crew is instructed to not use the toilet. So the crew is about to go into an LOS, loss of signal, while they're on the Deep Space Network, and the ground teams here were calling to let them know that there will be no wastewater dumps scheduled during that time, so they'll be able to use the toilet as they need. This view outside the Orion spacecraft, you can see those solar arrays positioning. And a reminder, you can keep up with where Orion is at any time by visiting nasa.gov/track Artemis. Currently, the spacecraft is 122,500 miles away from Earth and 146,000 miles away from the moon. Up next on the Artemis 2 crew's timeline today will be the CPR demo. Ground teams have requested that as the crew conducts this demonstration with choking and CPR responses in the cabin, that they configure one of the cameras for recording. They'll be able to use the footage captured for this for future training use. We are 2 days, 1 hour, 3 minutes into the flight of Artemis 2, the first flight of crew aboard Orion. Spacecraft now 123,000 miles away from Earth. You're getting a live look inside the capsule as our 4 crew members, Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Jeremy Hansen, and Christina Cook, are wrapping up their midday meal, getting the opportunity to take photos out the window of Earth and the Moon. We are in an LOS period, loss of signal from the ground side. This was tracked and communicated to the crew. However, we do receive communications from the crew members. Obviously, we have their live video right now. Inside Orion, you see they have dimmed the cabin lights. They have this option to allow them to get better views outside the window so there aren't any reflections from that lighting onto the windows. Being that we are 123 miles away from Earth and that distance continuing to grow, we are 145,000 miles away from the moon. And I think I previously said 123 miles from Earth. That's 123,000. So we are getting closer to that halfway point between the Earth and the moon. We look forward to the opportunity to share some of these pictures that they are taking today, along with everything else during the mission. We did receive some beautiful images this morning from the crew as they departed Earth after the translunar injection burn yesterday. You can follow NASA on social media at NASA or at NASA Artemis to see these pictures as we receive them. This is Artemis Mission Control. Clearly, what you have on your screen is a visualization. We are in a loss of signal with the Artemis 2 crew and the Orion spacecraft. This was a tracked LOS while we are on the Deep Space Network. We expect to regain communications shortly. In the meantime, the crew using some of their lunch break to photograph Earth and the Moon outside of the cabin windows. This is Artemis Mission Control here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. Mission elapsed time of 2 days, 1 hour, 26 minutes of the flight of Artemis 2. Our crew members aboard have wrapped up their midday meals. They are now moving into the CPR demo. This allows the crew to practice how they would practice CPR should they ever have the need aboard the Orion spacecraft. They will record this for the flight teams here on Earth to analyze and use as future training. You also just saw some movement on the camera. They were moving the solar array wings into the safe harbor position. This is what we do when we expect any movement inside the spacecraft, whether that be exercise or something like this CPR demo. We won't have inside views during the CPR demo.
Houston integrity in the blind. We are in 4100 coast default. 4 arrays are safe. Beginning the CPR demo now.
And if you heard that call from Commander Reed Wiseman, he says in the blind, not knowing whether we can hear them or not because we recently experienced a loss of signal or an LOS. Obviously, we did hear that call from the crew. This is Artemis Mission Control here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. The crew aboard Orion conducting their CPR demo, learning how they would offer CPR to a crew member in need if the need ever arose on the spacecraft. Of course, this is just a demonstration and will be used for future training for future flyers. Another consideration when we fly in space are solar eruptions. Between the Apollo 16 and 17 missions, the solar eruptions were a near miss for our lunar explorers. Today, those Apollo-era flares serve as a reminder of the threat of radiation exposure for astronauts in space, as well as technology. So understanding and predicting these solar eruptions is crucial for our safe exploration. We now have data, technology, and resources available that have improved, which enable advancements towards space weather forecasts and astronaut protection. These are all key to NASA's Artemis program to return human astronauts to the moon.
It's August 1972, and Ian Richardson, a future NASA scientist, is watching TV when the BBC announces
the interference is caused by solar activity.
He didn't know it then, but the sun had just erupted in one of the most powerful solar events ever recorded. There was no threat to humans because Earth's magnetic field deflects much of the sun's radiation. But the explosions were so powerful that intense radiation disrupted TV signals and caused radio blackouts. So what if you were outside Earth's magnetic field? On the moon and beyond, astronauts face the risk of extreme radiation exposure. Luckily, the intense radiation in 1972 occurred right between the Apollo 16 and 17 missions, when no astronauts were in their path. As NASA plans missions to go back to the moon and then onto Mars, predicting the sun's activity to protect astronauts from space radiation is one of our biggest priorities.
One of the biggest unknown factors about going to space is the radiation hazard from the sun.
This is Ian today, studying the effects of the sun, also known as the field of heliophysics.
The sun is always emitting radiation like the light we see, but certain energetic particles, like from the August 1972 events, can be far more harmful.
To be able to forecast solar energetic particles, we need to know how the sun energizes them. The sun is made up of electrically charged particles called plasma. As this plasma moves, it builds up energy inside its massive magnetic field. This energy is usually released in two types of explosions. Flares are intense flashes of light. Coronal mass ejections are giant eruptions of solar material.
These solar eruptions send shock waves across the solar system, accelerating particles as they go.
These are solar energetic particles, or SEPs. They consist mainly of protons and possess a lot of energy that can affect satellite measurements and humans.
SEPs can bombard you with a lot of radiation in a short period of time. They can penetrate your skin, damage your DNA, and increase your chances of getting cancer and radiation sickness.
But they don't occur with every solar eruption. Only a small number of flares and coronal mass ejections create SEPs.
So we're trying to predict when SEPs form and how they travel through space.
At NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center, the Community Coordinated Modeling Center, or CCMC, is dedicated to testing prediction models. Working with global partners, they use data from NASA satellites at different vantage points and models to figure out how solar explosions behave, including how shock waves energize SEPs. And as we get better at predicting, we get more time to prepare.
Preparation for an SEP event, of which you may know that is already coming, and perhaps the magnitude as well, the technique that you would want to use is to put as much mass between you and the source.
On the surface of the moon or Mars, astronauts can go underground or build shelter with local materials. But in transit, astronauts can only be protected with what's on the spacecraft.
Which means that you might have elements on a spacecraft that have multiple purposes.
NASA's space radiation specialists are testing different ways to do this. One strategy they tested on the Orion spacecraft involves crew members barricading themselves with as much mass as possible in the center of the spacecraft. Other possible techniques in development include vests that add mass and electrically charged surfaces that deflect particles.
In terms of radiation protection and radiation mitigation, the factor of time is extraordinarily important.
The sun has a natural 11-year cycle that transitions through low and high activity, which is indicated by the number of sunspots on the surface. More sunspots mean more eruptions, resulting in a higher risk for SEPs. But during this increased solar activity, the sun's magnetic field strengthens, enhancing its shield against another important source of radiation, galactic cosmic rays. These are charged particles traveling at nearly the speed of light that are thought to come from supernova explosions from within our galaxy and possibly further out in the universe. If solar energetic particles are intense sporadic storms, then galactic cosmic rays are a constant drizzle. Galactic cosmic rays are more sparse, but also much more energetic. They include heavier elements that can penetrate through vast amounts of materials. Understanding the rate of galactic cosmic rays helps us determine how much time astronauts can spend in space safely. To date, humans have only been on the lunar surface for a cumulative total of about 12 days. A trip to Mars will take 6 to 10 months each way. That means even more radiation exposure, and so NASA is doing work to prepare for that.
The moon is going to be a test bed for us in order to be able to prepare for Mars. The more that we understand the impact and the duration of radiation on the moon, the more we can extrapolate that to the length of time that we will be spending in transit and on the surface of Mars.
You're looking at a live view of the outside of the Orion spacecraft. Specifically in this frame, you can see the European Service Module and the Orbital Maneuvering Service engine. And in the video we just watched about deep space radiation, you saw some team members demonstrating how they could use cargo transfer bags to help protect a crew from radiation exposure. That is something that this crew will test out as well. On Flight Day 8, they have a radiation shelter demo timeline. During that time, the crew will build a makeshift radiation shelter within the cabin and prepare the lockers on the spacecraft for ingress. Of course, this is just a demonstration and practice in case it were to be needed for a future mission. Orion is currently traveling 3,246 miles per hour, 125,130 miles from Earth, and 144,220 miles away from the Moon. If you're just tuning in with us today, we were expecting to have the outbound trajectory correction burn this afternoon. However, that burn was canceled as it was deemed unnecessary following such a precise translunar injection burn yesterday. Teams confirmed we are on the proper trajectory to send us around the Moon and bring the crew home on Flight Day 10 with a splashdown in the Pacific Ocean. So they were able to cancel the outbound trajectory correction burn. And according to Christina Cook, the crew was able to enjoy a snow day. This is Artemis Mission Control at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. The Orbit 1 team is currently on console, but you'll see a lot of activity happening in the room as the Orbit 2 team comes in to begin their shift. Of course, Mission Control is staffed 24/7 while in flight with Orion. And just down the hall, we have the International Space Station Flight Control Room, which has been staffed 24/7 now for over 25 years.
Integrity Houston, comm check. Back with you on DSN.
We have you loud and clear.
Fantastic.
And Houston, we are complete with CPR demo if you want to get everything back to normal after that.
We copy. Thanks, Christina.
This is Artemis Mission Control here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. We have reestablished communications with the crew after an expected loss of communication through the Deep Space Network. We are now back in full communication with them. The crew reported they just completed their CPR demo. Again, just a practice of how they would execute CPR in the Orion cabin if need be. They were able to film this and will share it with the ground after their flight. And this view on your screen coming from a camera mounted on one of Orion's 4 solar arrays. Each solar array wing has its own camera, and this one is currently pointed back to see all of us on Earth. Wave hello, you look great today.
And Houston, we're just curious about toilet. Is it off, hands off right now?
Integrity, toilet is go for use.
Okay, integrity copies.
This live view inside Orion of the Artemis 2 crew.
Integrity feedback on your camera position. For your information, the top third of the flags is not visible. And now where you're placing the flags, I can see all of them. On the bottom part of the image, I can see about midway on Christina's calves, and I can see Victor's head and the camera to the in the right side of the field of view from the perspective of this camera. Copy thumbs. Looks great. Christina is well centered in the frame.
This is Artemis Mission Control. Here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, the Orbit 1 team is handing over to the Orbit 2 team, now arriving on console. A live look inside Mission Control. We are now 2 days, 2 hours, and 35 minutes mission elapsed time since Orion launched atop the Space Launch System from Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Our Artemis 2 crew is well on their way to the moon, now 127,840 miles from Earth and continuing to grow as the distance to the moon shrinks, currently 142,294 miles away. This a live view from a camera on the solar array wing on Orion, looking back at the spacecraft, and over there on the right side of your screen, home sweet home, our planet Earth. Earlier today, we were expecting to conduct the outbound trajectory correction burn. However, because our translunar injection burn yesterday was so precise, that outbound trajectory correction burn today was canceled, considering it not needed. As the Orbit 1 and Orbit 2 teams hand over, I am also handing over the Public Affairs console to my friend and colleague, Anna Schneider. She'll be continuing our live coverage. Again, we're here 24/7 throughout the mission, all the way through splashdown and recovery of our astronauts.
Houston Integrity, can you please verify toilet is available?
Integrity toilet is available. Go for use.
Thank you.
Integrity Houston, just wanting to let you know that we are going through our flight control room handover. I am bidding you farewell and appreciate getting the opportunity to support you thus far. And I'm leaving you in the amazing, capable hands of your favorite CTO. Have a good night.
Good night, Chris. It was a great day working with you, and safe travels. Enjoy training.
Integrity Houston, voice check on 1. We're setting up for S-band DFQ.
We missed that call. Houston, can you repeat?
Yeah, we were doing some setup in prep for the SAT mode DFTO and needed to do a quick voice check, and we had you loud and clear.
We having the same, and I have 21.1.10 up on DU3 lower, and I am ready whenever you are. Please give us a call when you're ready.
And Victor, we copy you are ready for the DFTO. As we mentioned earlier, we'll delay it about 30 minutes from the start. So 20 minutes from now, you can expect a call up that we're ready to get going.
That sounds great. It's good to hear your voice, Jackie. How are we doing so far?
It's great to talk with you, and doing great. Keep it up.
Hey there, Jackie.
Hey, Jackie, it's so good to hear your voice.
Mojave!
Houston integrity for acoustic monitor question.
Go ahead for acoustic monitor.
Hey, Jackie, I am doing my activity for the DFTO of the toilet acoustic monitoring. It's from earlier today, and the acoustic monitor is acting strangely. The battery was not indicating low. It was a yellow outline with a green interior. However, the acoustic monitor turns itself off often. It's hard to get past even the first menu or into the recording. I think I'll go ahead and try changing out the batteries just in case, but I wanted to let you know in case you have any ideas.
Okay, Christina, we copy on the acoustic monitor. We agree that trying to change out the batteries is a good first step, and we'll think about whether we have any other advice in case that does not work.
Copy, thanks.
Houston integrity for AGA and exercise.
Go ahead.
Hey, Jackie, confirm you all are ready for Jeremy to start his exercise block.
Hey, great question. Thank you for checking. We still have a couple of things to configure before we're ready for active exercise.
Okay, if you're ready, I'll give you AGA readings, and then you can call us when it's time for exercise.
Send it.
Carter, CO2 is 2.0, O2 19.7. Cabin pressure is 14.1, and temp is 76.1.
Houston copies.
Good evening from Mission Control Houston inside the Artemis Flight Control Room. I'm Anna Schneider with NASA Communications, and the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers has recently come on console and have completed their handover with the Orbit 1 team. The Orbit 2 team on console is being led by Flight Director Paul Kanya. And next to the flight director there on your screen, you can see the Capcom or capsule communicator, who is Jackie Mahaffey, and she is the individual that is communicating directly with the crew on board the Orion spacecraft as it makes its way to the moon as part of the Artemis 2 mission. Jackie Mahaffey also served as the Artemis 2 training lead, so she has worked pretty closely with both the crew and the flight control teams as they prepared for this Artemis 2 mission. We are now 2 days, 2 hours, and 54 minutes into the Artemis 2 mission, following a launch at 5:35 p.m. Central, 6:35 p.m. Eastern on April 1st. The Orion spacecraft, which was named Integrity by its crew, is currently about 128,000 miles away from Earth and has about 141,000 miles between it and the moon.
HHP views, Jeremy is about to start exercise. He's okay with that. Up to you, though.
We copied. Stand by.
And you just heard some communication there from NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman, who is the commander of the Orion spacecraft, down to the team here in Mission Control Houston. They have been discussing some upcoming exercise activities. So on the timeline, CSA, or Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, is scheduled to complete his daily exercise, and then Christina will complete her exercise as well. The crew uses a device known as the flywheel on board the Orion spacecraft to complete that exercise every day. While Christina and Jeremy complete their exercise, NASA astronaut Victor Glover is also scheduled to complete a SATBAN, or a search, acquire, and track, DFTO, or developmental flight test objective. And then a little bit later in the day, NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman and NASA astronaut Victor Glover will also complete some checkouts of medical devices. And then all 4 crew members will work to complete some pre-lunar flyby cabin configurations as they continue on into their day. And currently on your screen, you are seeing a look at the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, or AROW, A-R-O-W. This website is available to the public at all times at nasa.gov/trackartemis. And we provide this view when we don't have live views from the Orion spacecraft itself, but using this view, you can see the real-time data and telemetry coming from the spacecraft.
Integrity Houston for timeline, big picture this afternoon.
Go ahead.
Hey, we are wrapping our arms around some of the different DFTOs, the maneuvers that they require, the solar array configs that they require, and the fact that we've shifted the S-band DFTO a little bit relative to the planned exercise. So bottom line, we are not going to go for any exercise prior to the S-band SAT mode DFTO. And during that DFTO itself, we go to VLDR, so we do not want the streaming set up from Orion integrity because we don't have the bandwidth for it. After S-band SAT mode DFTO, there will be a bit of a window to get exercise in, and then once we head into the EMERCOM DFTO and D5 camera imaging maneuvers, we will need to stand down from exercise again. How copy?
Copy all.
All right, and we still expect to pick up with SAT mode in 10 minutes.
Okay, we copy. Standing by for SAT pointing mode DFTO in 10 minutes.
Integrity Houston for Victor and the SAT mode DFTO.
I'm with you, Jackie.
Hey, we are ready for you to get going in that procedure. One answer for you in step 5.2, instruction 68. The answer will be yes, you would like to do that type of maneuver.
Yeah, Jackie, I'm sorry. We're sharing PCDs up here, and so I currently don't have one. I'm operating off of DU3 only. But Weed has one in a pencil out now. Can you just repeat that whole transmission?
Yep, and I think this is one we should have comms so we could also remind you right beforehand. But in instruction 68, the question is, will maneuver be a rotation around the biased tail to sun vector? And the answer is yes.
Okay, we copy. Thank you. Any other data I need before I get started with this procedure?
Nope, that's it, and we're ready for you to begin.
Copy and confirm you have step 1.
Concur, step 1 is complete, and we're ready for you in 2.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You have been hearing some communications between NASA astronaut Victor Glover, who is serving as the pilot on board the Orion spacecraft, and the Capcom or capsule communicator here in Mission Control, who is currently Jackie Mahaffey, which you can see there in the center of your screen. Victor is currently working through a SAT mode DFTO, or a search, acquire, and tracking mode developmental flight test objective. During this DFTO, Victor is working to reconfigure the S-band communication system on board the Orion spacecraft. The Orion S-band communication system provides functionality of 4 radios in one, and allows communication with multiple space vehicles as well as NASA's Near Space Network, NASA's TDRS system, and the NASA's Deep Space Network. Currently, the Orion spacecraft is working off of the Deep Space Network.
Houston Integrity commanding S-band to SAT encrypted pointing mode.
Houston copies, we're ready.
instruction 46. Ping, good. Baseband processor frame is locked. It was 2 minutes 45 seconds. Checking with you to proceed to step 4.
Houston, we have you loud and clear. We're ready for step 4. And Victor, could you read the instruction number of your step 4, please?
Step 4, titled Test 1, testing sat mode receive link recovery capability, is instruction 43.
Okay, thanks. That is what we had. I think I misheard an earlier instruction call from you. Thanks.
That may have been just me telling you I was on the instruction that said to check with MCC, and that was a couple of instructions back. Houston, integrity, ready for receive link loss of signal.
Integrity, we copy from the ground. We will implement the loss of signal. You can expect a 5 to 10 minute LOS and expect you may see your antennas cycling through looking for the signal.
Copy all, and we're watching.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. On board the Orion spacecraft named Integrity, NASA astronaut Victor Glover continues to work through the SAT mode DFTO, or the Search, Acquire, and Tracking Developmental Flight Test Objective. And he has been coordinating the steps and procedures between the team here in Mission Control Houston, namely the CAPCOM, or Capsule Communicator, who is currently Jackie Mahaffey. Of course, there's many other console positions here in Mission Control, but they all flow their information through the Capcom, and they serve as the single voice link. So for this particular developmental flight test objective, one of the main console positions working all of the objectives is the INCO position, and that stands for Instrumentation and Communication Officer, and they are responsible for managing the communication systems of the Orion vehicle, including the phased array antennas, baseband, signal processors, and audio systems. Working alongside the INCO console position for this developmental flight test objective is the GC, or Ground Control Officer. And that position manages the team that maintains and operates ground and network facilities, including voice systems, building systems, redundant power systems, and more. And there you're currently seeing a live look inside the Artemis Flight Control Room here in Mission Control Houston, and it's actually just down the hall in the same building as the International Space Station Flight Control Room, which is continuing to monitor the operations of the International Space Station and that crew. So currently there are 2 different NASA crews flying in space. Of course, the Orion spacecraft and its crew, comprised of NASA astronauts Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, and Christina Cook, and CSA, or Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, on board the Orion spacecraft on its way to the moon. Yesterday, they completed the translunar injection burn, or TLI burn, which set it on its path towards the moon and back on a free return trajectory, and they are currently about 130,000 miles away from the Earth and about 140,000 miles away from the moon, so they're about halfway.
Houston Integrity, I am holding in instruction 59, checking with you to proceed to step 5. We are good and locked at about 2 minutes 30 seconds.
Victor, we have you loud and clear as well, and we are ready for you to proceed to step 5.
Copy, picking up step 5, instruction 62, test 2, testing sat mode, tracking through maneuver. taxi 1 West 07 to go to step 595.
Victor, we had you loud and a little choppy, but copied. You're ready to proceed to step 5.5, and we are ready.
Houston Integrity comm check.
Integrity Houston, we have you a little quiet, but clear.
Awesome. And that one, it was only, it went back to locked and ping good in just seconds. It was definitely not minutes.
Houston copies.
And Houston Integrity instruction 136, desire to exit sat mode early. How would you like me to answer that question?
Yep, we would like you to answer yes. We'll go ahead and try to buy back a little bit of time by not waiting for those bailouts.
You broke up right when you gave me the important data, yes or no?
Yes, yes.
Copy, exiting sat mode early. Houston Integrity, commanding SD pointing.
Houston copies. You're commanding S-band to GNC pointing.
Houston integrity sat pointing mode DFTO is complete.
Houston copies. We have a little cleanup from the ground, but that was an excellent test of that system. Things went very well. And we will work to get things in a config that supports exercise and let you know when that's the case.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We just heard some communications between NASA astronaut Victor Glover on board the Orion spacecraft and the Capcom or capsule communicator here in Mission Control, Jackie Mahaffey, as Victor was completing a developmental flight test objective for the SAT or Search, Acquire, and Tracking Pointing mode. And during this objective, Victor...
For a quick science observation.
Go ahead.
Hey, Jackie, while Ike was busy doing that DFTO, he inadvertently put the moon directly in the center of the docking hatch, and we took some long lens photos, and we can see all of Oriental and maybe even a bit of the annular ring. So we know we aren't in Earth orbit, low Earth orbit anymore.
Some faces just lit up at the science console, and we appreciate the call and look forward to the photos.
We'll put him in the PAO now, Linky. Thanks.
And Houston integrity, just finalizing the DFTO. Something that was not cleaned up in the procedure. Maybe it's a part of your ground cleanup, but we put seats 1 through 4 in listen on OE2. Just wanted to know if you're going to clean that up or if I should command them back to the way the procedure started.
Victor, we think seats 1 through 4 were in listen on OE2 to start with. Was that what you were asking about?
Hey, firm. Yeah, the procedure commanded them to listen. I actually don't remember what they started. I thought I saw them in something other than listen. I thought they were in off, but I'm not sure. If you're happy with them the way they're configured now, I will leave it alone.
Yep, we are happy with the current config. Thanks for checking.
Again, this is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. NASA astronaut Victor Glover just completed the SAT mode or Search, Acquire, and Tracking mode developmental flight test objective and was cleaning up some of the tasks associated with that activity. During that, we also heard a call down from NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman, who is the commander of the Orion spacecraft for the Artemis II mission. He noted that they were getting a good view of the moon, and he was able to capture some still imagery of that. So hopefully in the next day or so, we'll be able to see some of that imagery and share it with the world. The team here in Mission Control is also working to reconfigure some of the spacecraft so that CSA or Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen can complete his scheduled daily exercise using the flywheel device.
Integrity Houston for Christina and acoustic monitor.
Go ahead. And also, before we start into that, can you verify toilets go?
Checking. Christina, toilet is go. We are okay giving you a blanket go for the toilet at this point. We will call you if we need you to have a period of stand down.
Okay, thank you. We copy that. And so does that mean we can disregard any no-use bans that are on Optimus? And I actually haven't checked Optimus, but we are going to completely go on the operating principle of we are good unless you have told us not?
Christina, affirm. You can ignore the toilet unavailable for wastewater dumps in the crew band, and we'll try to have a little better story for you tomorrow morning on the rationale and what the plan will be going forward. For acoustic monitor, we were checking on if the battery change helped, and if not, we had a couple other ideas.
Yes, Jackie, I was just waiting on that DFTO to be over to give you a call about it. Changed out the batteries, had the same issue, but kind of persisted, and what was happening was it was just turning off randomly at different times, but usually very early on in the record process, and never actually was successful recording. I continued to try, did a couple hard restarts, taking out batteries, putting them back, and eventually was able to get all 5 sample locations recorded. I did do them individually just to make sure that I got the 5 recordings and didn't lose them all if it shut down in the middle of one. Will that be okay?
Christina, that sounds great. Thank you for wrangling the batteries. And a little bit of intel we had was that sometimes those batteries do have difficulty seating. So maybe one of the swap outs helped a little. But if in future activities it continues to be a struggle, there is an option to power via the PCD. So just let us know.
Perfect. I had noticed that connector, and I was going to ask about that as well. At the time I put it away, it was acting pretty good. So maybe that battery reseat was the magic answer. Thanks for the insight, and I think we can call this one good.
Sounds great. Christina, one more follow-up on the acoustic monitor. When you recorded the toilet, did you do it by opening the lid or pulling the funnel off?
Funnel.
Houston copies.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We just heard some communication there between NASA astronaut Christina Cook, who is one of the mission specialists aboard the Orion spacecraft, and the Capcom or capsule communicator, which you can see there on the center of your screen, Jackie Mahaffey. Christina is currently working through another developmental flight test objective related to the toilet acoustics. So as part of this objective, they're collecting some acoustic or sound data related to the toilet on board the Orion spacecraft to evaluate the operational sound levels.
Integrity Houston, for exercise, arrays and ARS are configured. You are go for exercise. And let us know if you'd be willing for us to come on board.
And then set up the Z9 for the T-shirt shroud activity, but I think we can put something back together for you.
Jeremy, for clarification, are you reporting that you completed the Z9 shroud build, or were you in the middle of it and would need to tear down to set up cameras?
No, it's just that I took down the HHP camera to use the articulating arm for the Z9, and I wasn't sure, that wasn't a pink activity, a flexible activity, so I wasn't sure if we were going to have something in the period to test this out or not.
Jeremy, it was absolutely okay to set up the Z9 shroud early, and really it's just a spatial logistics check there, so we didn't need a particular target, and if you are happy with how you would set that up on the flyby day, then you are welcome to take whatever you need to set up other cameras.
Okay, understood. It's a little bit hard to test how effective the shroud is, and if the shroud gets in the way of the lens, that's a short lens, the 35 millimeter lens, and so until we have a target to take a picture or two of, it's going to be a bit tricky to know.
Houston copies.
And this is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. There is some communication there between CSA, or Canadian Space Agency, astronaut Jeremy Hansen and the Capcom, or capsule communicator, here in Mission Control, discussing a Z9 shroud. That was a timelined activity for the day, where Jeremy was assessing a makeshift shroud setup for the upcoming lunar flyby scheduled for flight day 6 to help capture better sunrise and sunset imagery and avoid some glares on the window. This is Artemis Mission Control. We're currently 2 days, 3 hours, and 52 minutes into the Artemis 2 mission following a liftoff from NASA's Kennedy Space Center on April 1st at 5:35 p.m. Central, 6:35 p.m. Eastern. The crew has, of course, been capturing a ton of imagery during their mission, and this image there on your screen is a recent image that was uploaded and shared publicly. It was captured by the crew on the second flight day of the mission, and it shows the Orion spacecraft there in the foreground with the moon in its distance, and it was captured by a camera on the tip of one of its solar array wings, or SOAS. And there are 4 cameras, one on each of the 4 solar arrays, that have been capturing imagery throughout, and they often provide our live views as well. So now, on flight day 3, the Orion spacecraft is about 139,000 miles away from the moon, so a little bit closer since yesterday, and it will continue to close in on that target, the moon, with the lunar flyby and closest approach being made on flight day 6.
Houston, please confirm good video.
Hey, we are going to do an ACU swap, and oh, we got good video, but just know we're going to lose voice for a minute while we do ACU swap.
And there on your screen, you're now seeing a live look inside the cabin of the Orion spacecraft. Again, that spacecraft was named Integrity by its crew. And so you can see a live look as the 4 crew members, NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, and Christina Cook, along with CSA, or Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, work through the remainder of their activities for their day as they are starting to round out flight day 3. On the left-hand side of your screen, you can see NASA astronaut Victor Glover there.
Integrity, Houston, voice check after ACU config.
Houston, we have you loud and clear after ACU swap.
Reed, we have you the same, and a little bit of clarification. It was not a swap. That was my mistake on words, but it was some reconfiguration after the DFTO.
And there you can see NASA astronaut Jeremy Hansen giving a thumbs up to the screen, acknowledging the words that just came up from Capcomer capsule communicator Jackie Mahaffey here in the room, who you can see on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. Also, in the live view inside the Orion spacecraft, you can see CSA, or Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen as he sets up to complete his daily exercise using the flywheel device. The flywheels uses a series of pulleys along with a torque limiter, which is encased in a frame about the size of an extra large shoebox, which functions like a rowing machine. And so each of the crew members typically has a scheduled block of exercise time each day, and so Reed and Victor have already completed their exercise for the day, and then Jeremy and Christina will complete it now in the second half of the day.
And Houston, from integrity, just since it's been a while, the CO2 reading is 1.2 at the start of exercise.
Houston copies.
And this is Artemis Mission Control. There on your screen, you can see NASA astronaut Christina Cook floating into view and now disappearing out of view again. And then on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, you can also see a view inside Mission Control here in Houston, and that is the Capcom console. And next to that is the Flight Director console. So the Flight Director for the Orbit 2 ship, which is currently on console, is Flight Director Paul Kanya. The Capcom or Capsule Communicator is Jackie Mahaffey. And then also joining Jackie on the Capcom console is NASA astronaut Tracy Dyson. There on the center of your screen, you can see Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen as he uses the flywheel exercise device. To use this device, the crew places a strap between their feet, and then they pull on the strap, which allows them to perform different types of exercises, including aerobic, resistive, and rowing exercises. By strapping their feet against the footplate of the device, they can also use the bar to perform exercises such as bicep curls, bent over rows, and deadlifts. And then using a harness, the crew can also each of the crew members completes daily exercise, and it's an essential requirement for human spaceflight missions because without consistent exercise routines, the zero gravity environments can cause a reduction in muscle mass and bone density. Similar to the International Space Station, the crew there also completes daily exercise using different devices because they have a little bit more room to work with. So on the International Space Station, they have an ARED machine, which is a resistive exercise device, a treadmill type machine, as well as a bicycle that they rotate between depending on
the surgeon-prescribed exercise routines for their missions. But here on the Orion spacecraft, they have the single exercise device known as the flywheel, which you see there, which can, of course, perform a variety of different exercises.
What was your flight note number?
Integrity Houston, we are going to put in work a wastewater dump. Toilet is no-go. We'll take a thumbs up if you copy. Copy thumbs.